Can you guys hear the audio now? Anybody that's still in the chat? Okay, cool. What the fuck, man? See, that's how it goes, man. I spend the whole day setting shit up, and then the fucking thing doesn't work. That's life, though, right? All right, I want to play the intro again, just because it's cool, and then hopefully this shit doesn't break. I promise it's gonna get better as long as this shit works. All right, here we go. Ready? Please tell me this shit works. Can you guys hear me and see me? All right, good. I have a feeling at some point this may come back and haunt us, but like I said, this is all just like a fucking learning experience. But anyway, I've been doing a little bit of streaming over on YouTube, and I figured I would take a shot at Twitch just because so many of my friends are doing it, and it's like really inspiring to me. And I'm sure that people that were ready to check this out, maybe you've been at home doing the same kinds of stuff. If that's true, then we're on a similar path. Maybe you can relate to the technical problems, you know? Yeah, cool. All right, good. I'm glad we're sounding. Do you guys? I think it's just going to keep cutting out until I figure it out, which sucks.
Strange, because it was totally fine yesterday, like the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you're back.
You know what it is, guys? I think. Hold on. Sorry, I'm talking to two people at once. All right, bye. All right, I think I know what it is. I think it's the fact that like Streamlabs for Mac is kind of like in beta still. So I'm wondering if the mic's just going to keep cutting out. We'll see. But I'm going to try my best. Anyway, today, let's see how far I can get into this before the mic fucking makes me have to reschedule this until I do some troubleshooting on that end. But yeah, let's play it by ear. So the thought process I had today, I've been talking in a group with a bunch of the guys from Ophelia, and I'm like really stoked, by the way, big up to them for like hosting this channel. But we've been like working on a collaborative idea over the last, I don't know, maybe like a couple weeks. We've been talking about it for a lot longer than we've actually been working on it. So a while back, Sam Trivecta, he tossed out an idea that we thought was funny, and actually I thought it was funny. I don't know if anybody else listened to it, but I thought it was funny, and funny for me is good. I actually like recorded some vocals over it and started playing around with it, and it kind of turned into a joke for a little while, but actually over time I was like, this idea is actually really good, and it's kind of, we're I guess trying to find a way for 5 or 6 different people to work on a song already is a tough thing to figure out to begin with, but mostly because it's like, what are we going to write about, you know? I think that's like maybe the hardest thing when you got like 6 different people with 6 different ideas. It's like the too many cooks kind of equation. So I'll play you the thing that I recorded vocals over. It's pretty funny. I actually drunkenly posted it on Twitter recently, actually on New Year's. So I guess it's not that recently, but my concept of time has been distorted by this whole pandemic, so it feels recently to me. Isn't that weird? Like, I feel like New Year's feels like it was just the other day. But anyway, yeah, here it is. Let's see if we can hear it. All right, so that was like the underneath me singing like an idiot. There's the song that Sam spent so much time making, and I felt really bad about it afterwards because I was like, oh fuck, I hope Sam doesn't think that I don't like the song, because I do. I think it's cool, and after everybody was kind of like throwing ideas out there for a collaborative thing, it came back to that. It's also like one of those things too where we went off and did like a little Ophelia like vacation, kind of like team building, fun hangout thing this winter before this whole pandemic thing kicked off. And the whole time we were just singing that song. So I was like, dude, we have to turn this shit into something. You know, if you guys don't have a better idea for what we should collaborate on, it should be that thing. So it's turned into this where we've been kind of like, I actually spent most of the last couple of days just like consolidating all the ideas we've come up with into a project that kind of has a shape. So far it's like myself, Sam, Seven Lions. Sam is Trivecta, by the way, for those that don't know. And I think he might actually jump in here at some point. And did my mic break yet? I'll be surprised if the shit, whatever. I'm not going to give it any bad vibes. Okay, good. We're good. All right. Anyway, here's what we got so far. So as you can see, it's like super rough. There's a couple things that were supposed to be muted, but you get the idea. One of the things that I thought would be kind of cool about doing streams is that I've noticed from being kind of like a fly on the wall watching people work, it's kind of rare you can see some of, like, one of the things I always wanted when I was coming up was like someone that I really looked up to, if I could just see how they took something that kind of sounded like shit and turned it into something that was good. Like any interviews or anything like that that I saw, or like, you know, kind of like in the studio with someone, they would just work on like one little sound, or, you know, they would show you like a completed project and then they would go through and be like, look how awesome this is, you know? But it's kind of rare that you get the opportunity to see somebody take something that's just like an idea, you know? It's just really rough. And you can actually even see, like I was saying, there's things that were unmuted. I mean, I'm trying to approach this like any one of us getting in the studio and being like, all right, let's go back to that idea that kind of sucks and make it cool, right? So that's where we're at. And I'm kind of challenging the other guys too, that when I get done messing around with this today, I'll like pass it over to Sam or whoever, Kobe, Blastoise, or somebody, Adam Woolley. I know he wants to work on this shit, and like have them continue and play around with some of the ideas that I put down today. So that was kind of like the general idea. And you know, sometimes we have good days, sometimes we have bad days. Hopefully today's a good day. But I was going to work on just kind of like, I want to add one of the things they were asking me to do is like create some bass sounds and shit to add to this. So my thought process is like Sam and you know, Jeff and all those guys, the melodic part I feel like is their territory. I think they're going to do there's some cool shit in there. Obviously it needs some work, but there's no limit or anything on here either, by the way. So it still sounds super rough. But anyway, I was going to go into this other section over here, kind of like a little build section. Which, by the way, I just wanted to double check to make sure that everything's still sounding pretty good over there, because we got off to a really bad start today with the audio stuff. Just making sure like the mic and everything works. Okay, cool. Good. So, yeah. Okay. Starting from scratch here. The biggest thing that I was playing around with today was just organizing everything. So I got my snare stuff all in here. I kind of created like a group. And I got Sam's snare in here. I got a Matt Zoe snare, which, by the way, man, he put out a sample pack that's on Splice that's like fucking top tier drums, which are great. I use them a lot of times to like layer because they got such cool kind of like roomy sound to them. And he's done a lot of layering himself. Kind of cheating a little bit. What can I say? Maybe I'll use Matt's transient on this one and just use Sam's snare as kind of like a layer. I like the top part of Sam's little snare there. Sounds pretty good. Then I got this other layer here. So combined, we got like a nice sounding snare that'll do for now, you know? One little plugin I've been messing around with, my boy Sammy, Livestream, he came over and he was playing around with this drum bus thing. This was a while ago, before the pandemic. I haven't really hung out with anybody since that started. But I thought this thing was kind of cool. It's got like a little transient shaper on it, which kind of like plays around with the attack and decay. It's like doesn't always work, but it's like a nice little tool. And obviously, when you're collaborating, you're going to see me use a lot of Ableton native stuff because it's just going to make our lives so much easier for collaboration since this is going to be a collaborative project. Typically, I'm kind of like 50-50. I love using Ableton native stuff, but I also really love a lot of other developers too. But today I'm probably going to use a lot of this stuff. So I'm going to take my snare and do I like how that sounds? Yeah, it sounds all right. I don't know if you guys do this, but I've been doing this a lot lately. Go into resample here, and this is going to make it a lot easier for me to move my snare around. I just hit record. Sorry. Yeah, hit record here, and then go. Boom. So now I got a little snare that I can use instead of playing around with those group snares. Then if I decide later on I don't like the snare, I'll just make a new one, right? But it sounds pretty good to me, actually. I like that snare. Maybe could use this like a little bit of EQ. It's to be seen. How much exactly I do love this snare, but we'll see. Cool. All right. Kick, snare. This is my kick drum. I think this is a kick that Sam put in here. Sounds cool. It's punchy. It's good enough for now, I'd say. I'll put a little locator here just to say this is the drop. Boom. So I don't know what kind of a pattern, but I was thinking for the sake of keeping some continuity here, the drum pattern over here was kind of like kick, snare, kick. Oops. There we go. Sweet. Exciting stuff so far, huh? Just making kick and snare. Sometimes I learn a lot just watching people do simple shit, you know? That's underrated, I would say. I like Sam's little... He's got some weird effects and shit going on here. Oh my gosh. Get out of here, dude. That was unintentional, but it was great. All right, so I got a little space over here where something exciting should happen. This is where the drop's going to be. I got these pads. These can be muted for now. I got this bass line that can be muted. It's nice to have some of that stuff in there because every once in a while, like when you get into sound design mode, you kind of lose track of like kind of musically where everything's going to be, which sometimes that's cool. Like there's a couple tracks I've made in the past that are kind of like, I don't know by definition atonal, but they don't really, it kind of disregards the key of the song, if that makes any sense. and it's just kind of like abrasive noises. It's kind of hard to make a song that's completely atonal by definition. But anyway, I digress. My point is that it's nice to have some melodic elements in the space that you're working on, kind of like a drop. Because it kind of, you unmute those every once in a while, and like it kind of gives you a little bit of perspective on kind of musically what's happening. And I find that pretty useful. So let's see here. I'm going to borrow a lot of the elements from this kind of like rough build we have over here. So like, it reminds me of like some like superhero shit, you know? It's kind of complicated. My argument was it was a little complicated. So, I don't know. It's cool. Then Jeff, Seven Lions, kind of came up with this ARP. And it kind of layers with this one here. It's cool. It's like ravey and trancey sounding. Then there's like this bass ARP here, which I was like, I can get behind that. Sounds like fucking Blade Runner or some shit. So what's interesting about this progression too is that it starts, I kind of made a different iteration on the notes. I don't know if you're gonna be able to hear that. Let me open this up a little bit. And I was like, it kind of made sense to me to add that extra note. The original progression that Sam had kind of held that middle note, which is kind of cool. It feels like slightly more emotional holding that middle note. See, he's got it here. I think everybody's like, when they're writing chord progressions, they just kind of feel like there needs to be 4 chords. And you can change the top notes over a sustained note. If you guys remember back in the day, I did that song, it was called Kill the Noise on Owsla. It came out like, fuck, dude. Whenever that was, 2010. I was really inspired by Shine On You Crazy Diamond, the Pink Floyd song. Part 1, I think it is, where I think that's the song. Can I pull it up? I wonder if I have it in my iTunes. iTunes sucks. Look at that. I don't know if you're gonna be able to hear this. Can you hear that? Can you hear this song? Yo. Ah, fuck, okay. Well, I'll set it up for next time. When you get a chance, listen to Shine On You Crazy Diamond. I'll get this shit set. I'm doing like, Madison's helping me on like remotely, but I'm doing all the like tech shit here, and clearly I fucking don't know what I'm doing. But long story short, Shine On You Crazy Diamond Part 1, Pink Floyd. It's really cool the way that they decided to create that whole intro. There's a lot of sustained bass notes with, chords and melodies changing over the top, and it creates this really cool tension. And a lot of the we mess around and talk shit and call a lot of stuff cry banging. And that's just like us joking around. But to me, what cry banging is just like following every single trope of the cry bang kind of like structure, where it's like melodic build, vocal, drop, and it's like 4 chords, and then there's a middle build up, and then it goes into like a dubstep drop. And I was like, you know, maybe there's ways for us to like fuck with that structure some. And I think so, like starting with chords, you know, it's like maybe we can disrupt that routine of just following the same, you know, structure that everybody else uses, you know. And with that also being said, there's plenty of cry banging songs, including things that I've made that I love. I just feel like that it's like we got a whole bunch of people involved in this situation. Let's take some risks and try some stuff. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. So anyway, I'm gonna take Sam's notes and put them here. There we go. That'll sound cool with this sub in here too. Oh, this is the sub here. I was gonna layer it in. Get rid of that one. Just gotta go up an octave. Boom. I think Jeff's ARP too needs to be. I think the idea was that they wanted like a really big kind of like anthemic arpeggio. And Sam had this piece here. It's gonna do automation on the filter because I liked how it like dropped off a little bit at the end. So he did the same thing here. He resampled this little noise. It was basically like all of these stacks resampled into one channel, which makes it really easy to do things like do a filter sweep. Some people might have this problem where they're like, fuck, why won't my drop just like hit harder? And it might sound, it's like all the reasons usually are like really simple ones. Biggest one is it's like, is everything quieter before the loud thing is supposed to happen? Another one too is it's like, is the loud drop section, is it wider than the things that happen before it? Is it more exciting? Is, you know, there's a lot of like really simple things usually that are the culprit at the end of the day. Usually it's just volume stuff, you know? Then have this thing just cut out like that. Got conflicting gonna mute some of this stuff up here. Cool. Working on that section for a little bit kind of just gives me some context into this part that I'm gonna write here. Yep. So we'll take Sam's little anthemic section. Cool. And I want to do a similar kind of treatment with this shit. So I'm going to put this over here. I just copy and pasted those two filters. I can grab their automation. If you hit this little plus sign, you can move the automation down. Boom. I usually do this where I'll rename this. What was it? High pass, low cut, or high cut? High cut. Low cut. Just because it's easier to know which ones you're automating there. And then here I got like a little slight little ramp going on here. Just to slowly kind of take the low end out of the sample. Cool. Be cool if this thing kind of like did some pitch automation. Let's see. Be better over here, actually. Let's do it on this one. All this has got to go. So that's going to make this hit a lot harder. And I think all these drums. One thing you know for a fact, it's like if your drums are hitting at 0, these could maybe be a little bit louder. This stuff should probably come down, all these effects. Yeah, sure enough. Yeah, all this stuff is like jacked up in volume. All Sam stuff. So I'm just going to turn this whole thing down a little bit. So one of the questions I get a lot from people is just about mixing and how do I get my shit to sound cleaner and punchier, wider, all those things. It's all about like gain staging and kind of making some really deliberate decisions about what's going to be loud and what's going to be quiet. And I know that sounds obvious, but I mean, that's really all the stuff that I hear that sounds really well mixed. I can tell that the person spent a lot of time thinking about what's going to be loud and punchy and what's going to be quiet, as opposed to the issue I think with a lot of stuff where it's like if you just throw a lot of like limiters and that can work if you throw a lot of limiters and OTTs and shit if you use it on specific elements, you know. But still, at the end of the day, like when I listen to stuff that's like super compressed, like Moody Good, for example, when I listen to his mixes, I hear tons of compressors doing like a ton of work, but in the end, the most important things are still have priority, like the kick and snare. And I think that like you can actually even look at his mix and think about it that way. It's like most of the bass sounds and everything kind of like live in one world, and then the kick and snare kind of like surgically cut through the mix. And I think when you get kind of like a mediocre sounding mix, it's because everything is kind of being treated with the same level of priority, whether it's everything's being limited the same, Or, you know, volume wise, I think the biggest one is you'll look over here at people's situation, and it's like, you know, something's wrong. Like, for example, here, you know, something's wrong when this is turned up to 6. It's like maxed out. I was like trying to get more volume out of it. What you have to start running down like the troubleshooting list of why you did why you made a decision like that. You know, I think in this case, it's because literally when this got rendered to audio, it wasn't normalized. It was probably super quiet. Like I was probably wherever this came from was probably way down like this, you know? So now I bring in this bus beat. Clearly it came from a bus. I'm like jacking it all the way up. That's like a bad habit, in my opinion. I think you put it at 0. If it's too quiet, I don't even think it's too quiet. I don't know why I had it jacked up that loud. You know what it is? It's because I turned down this bus just a minute ago. This was at 0 before. So now, you know, this is a culmination of a lot of different people working on a lot of different stems and stuff. So I think unfucking the gain staging on everything is like a big part of making sure that as you go, you start getting a mix that starts kind of becoming the final mix, you know? A lot of people will say like, you know, this is like a work in progress. Imagine when it gets mastered. And to me, the philosophy has always been, it's like, as you go, you're preparing the song to be completed. Like you when you reach the finish line, it sounds pretty much like how it's going to sound when it's, you know, you might do some stuff on the master here at the end. One of the things I picked up, kind of like, I was cynical about people using glue compressor on their master. But I actually like it now. I was talking mad shit. Let me also put that out there. I like say a lot of kind of polarizing stuff sometimes. And then in my quiet moments of reflection, when I hear a mix somebody did, or after I've gotten some sleep, or if I'm in a good mood, I'll be like, you know what? I was being an asshole. Like, things like glue compressor on master, not the worst thing in the world. You know, especially to get a rough idea of how it's going to sound loud. You know what I mean? But less is more. It's like if you jack this thing into like full wet, you're going to hear this like it's frying the mix, which sounds good on certain kinds of songs, you know? Like I think some of like the kind of more aggressive rhythm stuff that's more minimal sounding, where you got like a big kick layered with like a clap, that glue compressor with the mix and everything, it kind of makes this like psychoacoustic kind of like feeling of intensity, and like almost like you're running like you're running through like a guitar pedal or some shit, which can sound really cool on a more minimal sounding track. I don't think that really works on a mix that's got a lot of like detail and like thick chords and like wall of sound. You end up hearing something that kind of sounds more like a blown speaker. A little bit of it sounds nice though, you know? It's just got a little bit of the soft clip. Sounds nice, but I would never work with it on, because you're going to end up making a mess, like along the lines of what I was talking about with like gain staging. I think you lose your whole perspective on the volume of the elements in your mix. Towards the end, you can start playing around with ideas. I did it on that 60/60 remix I did with Moody Good. It's like certain sections felt really good with a little bit of that kind of like saturation, distortion. It's like it's distorting a little bit. Sounded nice to me at the time. And that's all this little drum bus thing I was playing around with. Essentially, it's just like a chain of Ableton effects. Where the fuck did I put it? It was on the snare. Where's my little snare group? There it is. That's all that this thing is doing, really. That's like a mastering chain. If I could like open this up, I guarantee somebody designed this initially just using like stock Ableton plugins, you know, for the drive and the crunch and the boom. This is just a filter. Transient shaper is just probably a compressor. Maybe they did some other stuff with the code to turn it into a little bit of an envelope, but it almost kind of feels like when you put an OTT and you move the ratio of the compressors, you know? Or sorry, the time on the, you know what I'm talking about, right? This thing. When you move time back and forth, that'll kind of add a transient or take it away on a sound as well. Which can be useful on drums as well. See, I'm noticing the drums are already sticking out much more just from going back and adjusting volume, and that's it, you know? So I haven't looked at the chat in a minute. How is everything sounding? Like in terms of like the mic and all that kind of shit. Because we were having trouble with the mic earlier. It was fucking cutting out. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you guys. Also, by the way, if you have any questions or if you need any, like, if you have any feedback or, I don't know, you want to say something to be included in the discussion, feel free. All right, so I'm going to make some bass sounds now to fit in here. We're talking about, what were we talking about before? Talking about the musical context of some of these notes. Bringing some of this stuff over here. Wow. So we're going to do this in C, huh? Dun, dun. It could be kind of cool to go brr, 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 some shit like that. So I'm going to create like a little group here. Oops. We're going to call this like bass stuff. Because I probably won't just use Serum. I'm going to put an instance of Serum in here. Oh, I installed this too, which is helpful. Can quickly load instruments here. All right, so it's going to drop in C. So anybody that see me like design sounds on YouTube, I was doing a little bit of streaming on YouTube. It's a process, you know? Some people, they kind of have it all set up to kind of get results quickly. Like I said, I like the idea of coming in here and like starting from scratch and showing you guys like my process from the ground up. So these are all a bunch of wavetables that I created. Using Serum. And I used this same directory of wavetables along with plenty of others from plenty of other people, including Virtual Riot, who is a friend and also an inspiration. But, you know, he was one of the guys for sure I looked to that was like, oh shit, okay, if this guy's making his own wavetables, and that's definitely something I should be doing. And I think between that and like there's a video that Steve Duda did about creating wavetables. I think between those two guys, I got really into the idea, and man, it will level up your sound design immediately. The name of the game, like kind of what I was saying earlier about chord progressions and stuff, like I think if you can deviate away from what everybody else is doing in minor ways all along the process, that's kind of what builds your sound. That's what makes what you do unique. And periodically, we all go through these like kind of ups and downs with it where, you know, you dig deep for periods of time and you develop a new palette of sounds. And then you kind of get exhausted and you get burned out doing things a certain way. And then you turn to others and you look for inspiration and you borrow ideas. And, you know, sampling, like using presets. I remember being a kid and just being like, yo, anybody that uses presets to me is just whack immediately. But the fact is that you learn a lot from, if you spend the time learning how somebody did something and then figuring out how to flip it differently, right? I think that's like the thing that separates an original sound from, you know, just kind of like checking the boxes, like doing paint by numbers dubstep or paint by numbers hip hop or whatever, trance, doesn't matter the genre, right? There's just a way that the best people are doing it and you just do it that way. I don't think there's anything wrong with that for a while, but then you got to start figuring it out yourself. So I could actually even make one right now. I'll just do it. I'll just make one using one of Sam's things. I think he had like this mid bass thing. Let me find one of Sam's little noises here. I'll just turn it into a fucking wavetable. Where's the mid bass? Let's see if we see it. Here's a group. Sub. Guitar. You know what? What's this little noise? I don't know if that's going to be the best. You know what, though? You'd be surprised. Let's use that. It's like a little tiny guitar or some shit. What really helps is if it's if there's a note. Like, if you got like a voice or like a bending note, turning those into wavetables gets kind of unpredictable results. It's more difficult to use a sound that bends in pitch. It can be done, and it's fun to do, but sometimes it's not practical, especially when you're trying to play notes with it. You end up having to like kind of like mess around with the coarse tuning and stuff to kind of get it into a note, which is fine. But I want to just take a little piece of this. Okay, where was I working? Bass stuff. There we are. Okay, so I'm gonna make an audio track underneath it. So I got this little note. It's like not very interesting. Gotta put little fades on the edges. Gain it up a little bit. I'm hitting Control J, which consolidates the sample. So I'm going to initialize that. Because I don't have perfect pitch, sometimes it's hard for me to hear what looks like D sharp. Cool. So now that's important because when I go over here, I'm going to hit this button here and I go into the back end. Down here, I'm going to put D sharp 1. Is that right? Yeah. Oh, whoops, sorry. I want to do this. My bad. I did this out of order. I'm going to bring this in here. Sorry. D sharp 1. And then I'm going to drag it in. My bad. It's been a minute. Boom. Okay, so now when I play it on the keyboard, it's going to be mapped to the correct notes. It's that simple, really. And then you can do a bunch of processes here. Like you can do a morph crossfade, which, this processes each one. Morph does the whole group here. Whoops. So when I go back over here, you're gonna be able to really tell here. That was my little guitar noise or whatever that was. Then you can do a lot of different styles of processing here. Let let's see, process. I want to normalize each gained separately. Crossfade. I already did that, so it doesn't matter. But anyway, normalized it. You can single. Sorry, you can process each one single here. Blah. Right. So there we go. I got a cool wavetable. It looks very cool. And then I can turn this into you might be like, I don't know, it doesn't sound that great, but I think also, let's see how it sounds spectral. My bad. I think I need to select more. Wow, there's a lot of frames there. There we go. That might make the... Start adding some stuff to it, and it will start to come alive slowly but surely here. And LFO here. Some people might spend a ton of time like getting every little click, getting it sound super smooth. Sometimes it's like not worth it, you know? A little bit of that dirt. Sometimes you just add that dirt with a noise oscillator or something. So I try not to obsess about it too much because, again, my like OCD brain wants everything to sound smooth, but that's not what you want sometimes with bass noises, you know? Like you want a little bit of that grit. Let's go down a little bit. My whole thing too is it's like I want this to sound cool, like without OTT on it. So everyone's go-to is they immediately start sound designing with OTT in it. I think like the philosophy is the same with like the chord thing, gain staging, like mastering, all that kind of shit. It's like if you want a dynamic sound that moves around and stuff, yeah, sure, you can slap like 3 OTTs on a sound and start noodling around. That's one way to do it. I think another kind of more controlled way to get better results is get something that sounds cool and dynamic first, and then put the OTT on, like the way that you'd like kind of like look for bass sounds to process that way. And that's an old, like the OTT thing, like people were doing that before OTT existed with just different plugins like Trash, Isotope. If you listen to a lot of like old Feed Me stuff, or sorry, like Spore, old drum and bass stuff, a lot of those guys were doing that sound before everyone jumped on Ableton, you know? Add a sub to it. That's what's important about creating a wavetable as well that's in a note, is it doing things like layering a sub. If you don't put it in the right note on the keyboard and map it correctly, it's like you'll add a sub and it'll be in the wrong key, right? You'll have the wrong note. Same kind of thing. I want to add some volume to this. Might seem kind of boring, but it'll get more exciting. This is all just to like kind of add texture. Word. Play around with some of these different ones. Then it's all about word. Yeah. So then continuing down the filter chain, just keep adding stuff to make the sound cooler. That's my vibe. There is a method to the madness. Using a filter like an EQ, this is nothing new. If you've been watching me, or sorry, using an EQ like a filter rather. If you've been watching me work on YouTube. There's too much. I don't know if this. I don't know if the source material was exciting enough. But the good news is that we got kind of like a patch, kind of dialed in. So now I'll just find another noise in here, turn it into a wavetable, and see where we're at. So mid basses, there we go. This was a little noise that Sam made. It's got a little bit more grit to it. It's kind of cool too because you can hear a little bit of a guitar in there. It's giving it a little bit of a harmonic, which I think is very cool and very useful, especially when it comes to making a wavetable. I wish you could color things in Ableton so it like glowed. So if you're like working in a certain section, you could like right click on it and just have it glow. So like you get in a situation like this where you're like going up and down the elevator and you're like, where the fuck is bass stuff? It'd be awesome if it like had a little like, oh fuck, I just deleted it. If it had like a little thing you could select and it was like a little like LED or something going bloop, 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 bloop. Like the last thing you worked on, it had a little like, I don't know. That could be kind of cool, right? Maybe not. I feel like if I was a software developer, I would just be like 24/7 on people's streams and just listening for little nuggets like that and then be like, all right, I'm going to get in the studio and fucking code that shit, you know? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Like when you lose when you lose your car in the parking garage, you just like click a button and it goes doot doot doot. That would be fucking sick. Literally. Right, okay. So we're going to do this again. Do we know the note? One of these days, I'm going to get better at just knowing the pitch of something just by listening to it. I think you can do that if you get... Someone told me that it's not something you can learn to do past a certain age, which sucks. I don't know if that's true, though. Do you guys know if you can get perfect pitch as an adult? C. We knew that, though, didn't we? Fuck. I'm not even high or anything. I'm just an adult. I can't hear pitch. Let's see. Okay. So we'll do the same thing again. Boom. We'll go down here, enter the formula, which is just going to be C1. And then I'm just going to drag this in there. Boom. So we had that one noise before, which was like, I don't know what the fuck this is. You can see why it wasn't that interesting, though, right? I have a feeling we're gonna have some great results with this. All right, we're gonna normalize each gain separately first. Then we're gonna do crossfade, and hopefully that takes some of the pops away from the noise. Let's see what we get. What do we got here? Yeah, it already sounds cooler. I'm happier with this. Okay. I'm already much happier. So there you go. That was like, you know, I guess maybe a little painful, long-winded experiment with making wavetables. I think there might be some people that would just be like, why don't you just use somebody else's wavetable that you know is good? But I kind of feel like you're always going to be restrained by that. By the fact that somebody else has to make something for you to use, you know? I don't know if that's like the kind of attitude that anybody wants to have as a musician, you know? You just have to wait for other people to do shit in order for you to be creative. I don't think that's the move. I think you see that, oh shit, there's somebody out there making wavetables. Fucking, I need to do that. If I'm going to make a sound, I'm going to start there. Because right from the ground up, your sound is going to start going in a direction that's different, you know, from everybody else. Especially at this point that has access to all the same shit that you do, you know? If you got Ableton, if you got a copy of Serum, and you have Splice, like, chances are you're going to hear a bunch of stuff that sounds like somebody was using those same tools. So I'm not saying don't use them. I'm saying, like, use them for what they're intended for. Like, dude made it so you can make wavetables. Fucking do it, you know? And if I kind of feel like you might have some painful days where you're like, fuck, I'm making wavetables all day. Like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? But you'll come in on these other days where you're inspired to work, and you'll open up a folder and you'll say, holy shit, look at all these wavetables I made. They're awesome. And look at all these new sounds I made. No one's shit sounds like this, you know? I'm not saying this is the most original sounding noise here yet, but I hope you guys get my point. I'm kind of ranting a little bit, but I guess that's what a pandemic will do to somebody. It'll turn you into a raving lunatic like me. But I think that's what you got to be sometimes, right? I think you got to be a little crazy. I'm sure some of y'all might feel that way at times when you're telling people stuff about making music. They're just like, bro, you're thinking about this shit way too much. It's not that hard. Sounds cool. Yeah, I know the I know the goat farming joke. Definitely. So I don't know how this is supposed to drop. We'll see. I think I went off in the wrong direction with the FM from B. Yeah. We want like a nice guttural. And we definitely want this going to the side chain. Just immediately makes it sound more aggressive, right? When it's getting side chained. Should be like, bruh. Maybe a little bit. Put like a little cymbal in there and some hats and shit. Start getting like a little bit of a structure going. Where's my hats and stuff? There we go. So I set up another it's pretty loud too. That's an impact. We don't want that. We want like just a crash cymbal. Something like that's cool. Now let's make iterations of this bass noise and start kind of like creating a little world. I like to think of it that way, like we're like creating this little universe of noises that all interact with each other. It's hard to do that when you're just listening to one sound. You got to start creating like a context that it lives in. Little things go a long way. Just little bits of it's crazy how when you just create an environment for a sound, it just you know where that song or you know where that sound needs to live in that universe, you know? When you start adding little friends that live there. See, this is the type of shit that somebody's just listening to producers talk about stuff, and they're just like, man, what the fuck's wrong with all you guys? I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with us. Just living in our imagination, I think, which is super helpful, especially in a time like this, you know? Where we're all stuck at home. I'm like, damn. You know, to be honest, like, a lot of the time I just am kind of in the same headspace, you know? There is an element of all this stuff that feels very kind of like fantasy oriented. I know it's real, but this, you know, the kind of things that we're dealing with today almost kind of feel like we're inside of like some kind of science fiction, just like psychological thriller or some shit. You know, it's like a movie. It's a movie that has real consequences, though, you know? Sam, dude. I love that shit. This reminds me of a movie, actually. This shit sounds like some fucking like Marvel, like X-Men, like fucking. And Sam's been watching. I don't know if you guys are following him. the last month, Trivecta Sam, but he was like really into all the Marvel stuff. So I wonder if this was like inspired by that. There's another part too I need to use. I love that. It makes me smile immediately, you know? Just hearing those notes. Listen to this guitar he did too. It sounds great. And it's muted now, but I actually really like it. I kind of feel like we should have that in there at some point. Might sound kind of cool in this little section over here. Sounds cool. Yeah, so where are we headed from here? It's useful to take a break from working on sound design. That's what's so great about working on the melodic stuff. It's like, you don't have to like, if you're just making like a song, it's just like a dubstep banger. It's like you got nothing in the song as contrast to like listen to and work on for a little while. Something like this is like, cool, let's go work on the melodic section for a little bit. Like let our brains kind of take a rest from designing sounds. Now let's go back. I wanted to make like a bendy noise. It goes like, kind of bends. I need it's a bit longer. You know, I'm gonna play around too with like, you know, just for the sake of showing you guys how to make a wavetable. I did that, but I want to actually use some of my own sounds too. So just play around with some of these. Ooh. That was cool. Might be kind of cool to like do some filter stuff here. You know what I'm saying? Sounds good, man. Dun 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 dun. Bro. Dun, 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 dun. Right? Then it ends with the. So it'd be like. Ba, 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 ba. You know what I'm saying? I also put these in the wrong order. So, in case you're wondering, this is my side chain up here too. I like that. You know what it really needs? It needs like a it needs like a backwards clap into the snare, like a that kind of noise. I wonder if it's gonna let me do it. What if I did it on here? Live preferences. I hope this doesn't fucking fuck everything up. Oh boy. Shit. Watch this. Good. That didn't cause a fucking meltdown at least, right? Fucking hope. Let's go back up to the drums. There's my snare. Now I'll put my little voice up in this shit. It's cool too because now I got a couple different ones. Isn't that cool? I think that works perfectly. You know what would actually be really cool too is if I did some shit like that over the snare. Then people will definitely think I'm high. Shh. 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 Psst. Do you ever do anything like that? Do you guys ever do that? Do you guys ever do that? There you go. That shit would have cost you. That shit would have cost you like fucking 99 cents on Splice if you wanted to buy one of those sounds. You know what I'm saying? Boom, free. Actually, it was expensive. Just this fact that I had to buy a fucking nice audio interface. Now I gotta get a better mic. It's kind of pointless to have this Apollo if I don't have a nice mic, right? That's another thing to quarantine. All right, let's see how this sounds. That's cool, dude. You think it's gonna sound good? Where were those other noises? Yeah. I want that one on there. That shit sounds dope. Put this one here. Ooh. It's got kind of like a boxy sound to it. All right, here we go. Ready? That shit's dope, man. It's dope. I don't know about that guy. That guy sounds a little, he sounds a little tortured. Put him down here. What's up, bro? Why you got so much mid in you? Put some fucking reverb on there. You know, maybe put a compressor on it. Yeah, because I want it to sound like a big impact, you know, on that last hit. Maybe layer one of these boys on here. Don't want that on there. That's cool. That guy's too long. I think I nailed it with that guy. That's kind of a cool layer, though. I'm going to save it. I'm just going to save it down here. I think that's what I wanted, though. It's pretty cool, man. Feeling it. There you go. Now it's in key. All right. So one of the things that's lacking in these bass noises is movement. This guy especially. He's just going. Brah. Not a lot being said there, you know? Emotionally, there's nothing being translated. It's just someone going, bruh. Because it would be really tight. Something like that. Or some kind of like syncopation, movement, automation, something. Filter movement. More dramatic filter movement. So how are we going to do that? Well, you know, we have another filter right here that we could put on this shit. Let's see. Well, there's all kinds of filters here that Mr. Duda gave us. You know what it's time to do too? Is put it in fucking feed me mode. This makes me make better bass noises. Fuck yeah. Let's put comb filter on there. The one thing about, I told him about working on this skin is that it is very confusing at first. But it looks fucking awesome. Wait a minute. That sounds kind of cool. It's all about just like the kind of like subtle movement, you know? And get more like fucking more of this shit happening, you know? Maybe move this a bit faster. Maybe we should just go. I want to make this guy a different color too. Yeah, I don't know what you guys thought was going to happen today. I'm glad you're here, though. I feel like these sessions... So the name of the show is called Embrace the Insanity. I kind of feel like that there's like kind of two modes I think people end up in a lot of the time. There's the one mode where you're like kind of task oriented and you're like, this is what needs to happen today. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to get in this, I'm going to fucking take a shower. I'm going to eat some breakfast. I'm going to like check my emails. I'm going to nail all this shit. And then I'm going to go to the studio and I'm going to fucking make a banger. And then I'm going to go home and fucking eat dinner and, you know, play video games. And like life is my bitch. And I'm going to fucking do all that shit. And I'm going to win and be happy. There's like that mode. And then there's embrace the insanity mode, which is what I think is like probably where I should be spending most of my time mentally, because there's so much shit in life you can't control. And especially when it comes to making music, I think a lot of the time you are kind of like trying to harness just the creative spirit around a lot of things that are just like random, you know, including like your level of inspiration and stuff. It all kind of like comes into being in the process, you know? So that idea of like embracing the insanity, it's like, I'm sure some instances will come up where it's like, holy shit, I didn't mean to do that, but that sounds cool. Let's like roll with that, you know? I think the other approach to life and making music in general is really frustrating, you know, because you get this idea in your head that you're already seeing how this thing's supposed to turn out, you know, how your day is supposed to turn out, how a session's supposed to turn out, you know, how your career is supposed to turn out. I mean, a lot of us that have already had established careers, you know that one meme where there's like the two hands like this, like whether or not you had a career, a touring career or not, all of us are like in the same boat right now. We're just, I got no gigs. Fucking Tiesto's got no gigs. If you're a bedroom producer at home trying to get a break, you got no gigs either, you know? So no matter who you were, you know, 3 months ago and how many great things you had going for you, it's time to embrace the insanity is what I'm saying, and try to make the best out of a situation that was unexpected. So I think that's like what these sessions are supposed to be. So like I was saying, I don't know what you guys expected these to be, but I'm glad you're here with me as we embrace the insanity. Let me just play the intro again, because I spent a lot of time in Premiere doing this. Listen to this shit. Now, hopefully that shit didn't break my microphone. Last time I played that shit, it fucked my whole shit up. Did it work? I appreciate you guys being like... I appreciate you guys being like my beta testers. You know? I guess it's like, it's a blessing in disguise when you have like a little bit smaller of a streaming community, because I'm willing to bet that like however many people are in here, I have no idea how many people are in here, probably not a ton, but I feel like that we're all probably like more or less same kinds of people that are like just fucking people that like to fuck around with technology and get creative and just kind of push the limits of what you can do. And even like my own limits as like a creative person, you know? It's like, I didn't realize that I really enjoyed so much like making things like that thing I just played. And this little like situation here with this like little screen and the fucking little GIF up here. This is like embracing the insanity of kind of like all the expectations that I think a lot of us had going into this year. You know, like I remember last year people were saying 2020 is going to be my year. I don't know if you know somebody that said that. I stopped saying shit like that like 10 years ago, you know? Because nobody fucking knows, okay? You can like literally have the best deal lined up on the table. Big producers telling you they're going to do all kinds of shit for you. A lot of times if they're telling you that, it's because they want you to fucking do something for them, like make their new song or some shit like that. But all of that can just, I don't believe shit until, not only until it's happening, until it's happened and I'm reflecting on it, you know? Because 2020 is nobody's fucking year. That's what's turned into. It's turned into one of the shittiest fucking years in human history. Literally, you know? And there's been a lot of fucked up things that have happened. I'm not saying it's the worst year on record, but it sucks. So many fucked up things have happened this year already. So you got to embrace the insanity and figure out where the silver lining is in all this shit. I think it's just getting creative, you know? And kind of like doubling down, showing your friends that you care about them, reaching out on Zoom, you know, figuring out ways to make music together. Me and Feed Me actually got it. Like, actually, this thing with the Ophelia guys, they've become a lot closer since this whole shit has happened because we talk every day now. Before we just see each other, I'll be like, you know, I'll see Jeff at a show, or I'll see, you know, Trivecta at a show or something, or we'll cross paths. You know, people come to LA, I'll run into them. Now, I don't see anybody unless I reach out. You know, I don't know if you guys are like that too, but I've made so much more of an effort now to like reach out to people. If people are working on a project like this, it's like, yo, let's get a collaborative thing going. Let's like figure out a way to like, you know, we're like starting to get stir crazy. We're like worrying about the future. I think all that stuff's normal, you know? I definitely still worried about similar kinds of things before this all happened. I think it's just been a little bit more extreme now and more imminent. And there's this like existential kind of fear that's like floating around. But it's funny how all that stuff goes away, at least for the moment, when you're like in the process of like making stuff and converting that anxiety and fear and, you know, uncertainty and all that stuff into ideas, you know, and just talking about it, you know. This is a little bit of a therapy session, definitely. So anyway, back to making this noise. Embrace the insanity. Yeah, man. And then you put a little filter after, or up in the mix over here. I remember showing somebody this, and it's like they thought it was like a revelation, like putting a filter in the middle here. But that's all you're doing over here inside Serum. You're just creating an effects chain, right? I just think of it that we're just continuing that effects chain afterwards. You get so much more random. Yeah, just get fucking wild. Whoa. Wild with the filter, and then dial it back later. Dial back the OTTs. Let that fucking sound live a little, you know? Let it exist. Don't OTT it off the face of the planet, you know? I hear that a lot. I hear people OTT the living shit out of noises, which, hey man, I'm not trying to sound like a boomer over here. Sometimes OTTing things off the face of the planet is fucking awesome, you know? Don't let me fucking stop you. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I fucking love this little noise. It's like wet. Sounds like fucking Shrek. Like if Shrek was a noise. Actually, it's a good mnemonic device. Now it's green, like fucking Shrek. Boom. I'll always remember you, bro. There's his brother. Does Shrek have a brother in the series? I should know this. All I've been doing is watching fucking Shrek with my kid. You know? That's also loosely the inspiration for this show. If you guys have seen Shrek. I've been talking too much. I'll tell you more about that later. So how does this boy go? How does Shrek's brother sound? How should he sound? This is all starting to take shape now. Remember I was talking about where it's like you have to create an environment for all these sounds to live in? Well, now I'm creating like a swamp. This is like Shrek's swamp. That's what I'm going to think about it. Okay? So all these are like little Shreks. This is like OG Shrek. This is Shrek's brother. So here we go. Shrek's brother. And then I don't even know what the fuck this is supposed to be. Someone want to name this guy? What are you doing in the swamp? Yeah. Jake burps. Yeah. Shrek. Okay, that's good enough. I'm going to call him Shrek. This is Shrek. Because they are all kind of like part of the same family, you know? That's another great way to think about this. Like, I'm like kind of creating a little family of ogres that are just screaming in a swamp. You know what I'm saying? So those are all great. Like, this is the way my brain works. Like the creativity starts to flow when I start thinking about things like, now I'm like a narrator, like telling this story about this family of ogres that live in a swamp. So let's just think about what goes on in a swamp. And dude, fucking perfect. How did we arrive here? Nobody knows, but so I'm thinking about it like, yeah, this is like a fucking, yeah, it's like it's so filmic and cinematic. It's like there's about to be just a fucking like a family feud in the swamp, in Shrek's swamp. And they're all like, I can imagine it right now. There's like this big swamp and there's all these trees and they're all like standing there like looking at each other. They're fighting for supremacy to become, basically Shrek has become kind of like a tyrannical, like authoritarian figure, and all of his family members are trying to like stop him. So I feel like that's like what this whole situation should be. Now they're getting ready to fight. So he like picks him up and fucking spins him around. He like does like a fucking stone cold stunner on him. Boom. That shit's gonna sound hard as fuck with like a sub underneath it. There should be like splash noises, like swamp, like droplet noises. Do we have any of that shit in here? Let's add that later. I mean, it might sound to you like insane. I mean, does that not sound like something that would happen in a swamp? So how does this go? Let's think about this as a series of combos. that needs to be like a low pass thing. So let's like flip this around and do like a. So I want this to kind of go like bend down. So we could do that here. Pitch bend. Bend this guy down. Yeah. Ooh, that's very Shrek-like. This is like kind of controlling the formant. He becomes like this is like Shrek as like a child. I just take this off. Wow, that's crazy, dude. Oh, no, sorry. This is like Shrek as a child up here. And it's like his different ages. So we can think about it that way moving forward. If I want to make like a younger version of him, I'll just move this. Or maybe this. Does that sound insane? It'd probably be really frustrating to somebody. Like I can imagine one of these bro EDM guys that like get in the studio, they're like fucking high off of like pre-workout or something. They're like, I need to just write some fucking shit. Get one of these dubstep guys in the studio with me. And they call up me and I come in and I'm like talking about making a fucking swamp full of Shreks. Imagine that. It's been like hours. Just imagine that. That would be fucking... That's the kind of shit that like makes me so happy. It makes me forget about the fact that we're like stuck in a fucking quarantine. Ooh. I kind of liked it, the low pass. I just gotta... Yeah, I gotta bring out more stank. Needs to be more textural. Let's take the... Ooh, yeah. There you go. There you go, buddy. Yeah, now it sounds fully like a Shrek that just got fucking DDT'd. Yeah. So this whole next section, so we got like the beginning of the fight, he like grabs him, picks him up, he like spins around. So he picks up Shrek, he's got him on his shoulder, and then he just starts spinning around in circles. Boom! Slams him on his fucking head, and then there's this whole second section that's like dun, 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 dun. So he like picks him up, puts him on his shoulder, spins around, slams him on the ground, and then goes psh, 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 psh. Fuck you, Shrek. Dot, 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 dot. So we got that guy. We got Shrek 2. I've been fucking obsessed with Shrek lately. Yeah. So now like one of his little nephews or some shit comes out of the weeds. Belching. He's belching out of the weeds. Maybe he's got like a little delay. A little delay. Holy shit. All right, let's turn off the time. Or do we need to turn off the time? I need more feedback. Yeah, I want like a little... I want a little... Just a little like spatial... I want it to be more like wet, like boop. Maybe just move this. Sound kind of cool with the... I feel very strongly that this should be like a little tiny Shrek. Maybe this is like fucking it up. You know what I mean? Ooh. When will Shrek's wife appear? I mean, I kind of feel like, okay, yeah, this is starting to make a lot of sense to me now. I feel like Shrek's wife is most certainly the melodic part, right? She's like the part, she comes, I feel like it should turn into like a family, it's like Shrek's Family Feud, where they're all fighting each other, and then it reaches this point where it might actually become deadly, and then Shrek's wife comes into the equation and just like fucks everybody up. I feel like that's like the last part of the song. So there's this whole build up in the beginning. It's like an ogre utopia with King Shrek like reigning supreme over all the other ogres. What the fuck is going on with this Reese? Yeah, I want it like slightly. Yeah, so it's like, okay, so here's the story real quick. There's Shrek, and he has become like the supreme leader of all the other ogres in his swamp. And the only problem is, though, is that absolute power in the swamp corrupts absolutely. So all of his family members have kind of been suspicious about kind of like Shrek's arrogance and all that kind of stuff. So they like, there's like a camera flying in over the swamp. Most everybody's living in harmony, but you start seeing some of the corrupt things that like Shrek's been doing. So now you see like all of his family members kind of like you know, like at like public like events and stuff like that. They're kind of like looking at him funny. There's like some of his brothers and shit are like working out. They're like putting on armor and shit. It's definitely like a combative kind of a vibe going on. Shrek's just like posing with babies and, you know, people in the town square and shit. Like just totally arrogant leader. Everyone's made a decision now. They're not gonna take any more Shrek's bullshit. Man, this drop, it has a lot to be, there's a lot left to be desired out of this melodic drop. Especially after we've been working on this shit. because this is like the level of cinematic action that this conjures in my imagination. This is when shit hits the fucking fan, you know? I almost kind of feel like that we save the melodic shit for later. Like the first drop should definitely be aggressive. Yeah, it makes so much more sense. And okay, so we're gonna do a little arrangement thing real quick. So we're gonna call this. This is all part of my process, y'all. Might be confusing. At times you may be like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? But that's how every song I've ever made. This is like me. This is the way I talk about things. You see some of the emails I've written people, like when we're working on collaborative things. I'm sure I can dig up some, like, just about the filmic kind of like story. It's helpful when it comes to writing music. It helps you come up with ideas, you know? That's like me and Jeff writing like The Blood. That was like based off of Bloodborne, the video game Bloodborne. Literally made wavetables using the sounds from the game, like use some of the themes, use some of the sound effects like hidden in there. We had some voice actors like redo some of the vocal stuff of the doll from Bloodborne, if any of y'all are familiar with that. So this one will be like a Shrek-oriented situation. And I'm a firm believer in the idea that like the themes and all that, these songs were meant to be written by somebody. And I'm just a guy that got lucky, you know? I'm just the guy that was chosen randomly by the universe to write this great song about Shrek and his family. Cut time. So we're gonna call that melodic. That's gonna be the main drop. Let's see, that'll go for like, we'll see if it's worthy of going that long, but we're gonna put this guy over here for now. And then this breakdown will come after. I love that. This feels so good. Feels kind of medieval as well. Very Shrek. So we'll call this like string breakdown. That's probably more accurate. And then we'll cut this time. And we're going to put this right before this section here. And it deleted all my markers, which is annoying. I don't know why it did that. Wow, that's annoying. Embrace the insanity. And then we'll call this melodic. And those guys can move it around if they want to. They all got like trumpets. That's just got to be leveled out a little bit. And let me put like a fucking. I mean, the point of coming up with all this dumbass shit, the storyline, not the music, is to make it fun to work on the song. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it just turns into gotta make a banger, gotta make a banger, gotta make a banger. I suck unless I make a fucking banger. You know what I mean? That's not how you write good music, y'all. You gotta write music about fucking Shrek and his family, okay? If you can get into that headspace, you're gonna fucking make some shit that people are gonna be like, how the fuck did you come up with that? How did you come up with those ideas? You're gonna be like, man, It's a secret, dude. Now we got to do the fucking barrel. Dang, 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 dang. Let's see what I got in the old library over here. That should be like a section of the show where I dig in the crates in the user library. I give these names to these intentionally a little misleading, except for Sullivan King. I don't know what this is. Clearly, that's going to be something Sullivan King-esque. What does it sound like? I wonder what it is. Oh, it's a Sullivan King snare, which is always great because I love Sullivan King. Sully's actually like one of my favorite people that I've ever met because he's got this kind of energy. He's like super creative. He is just wild. He's got a wild personality, and he's super nice, even though he makes really angry music. Just go where the wind takes us. Let's go into the little snare section and add Sully. Ooh, sounds like the I may have pitched this up and flattened it and used it in my this is probably something I pulled out of that Duality remix I made. Can make a difference. Ooh. I love it. I really do. I think it's great. I think it needs to be in a different key though, perhaps. Might sound good there, you know? It actually worked at the pitch it was in. It was kind of an interesting little pocket harmonically. I think that's how it should sound, though. It should sound... So now you're hearing all these, like, really... I started talking about Feed Me for a microsecond a minute ago. A couple minutes ago, maybe 20 minutes ago. Him and I got a show we're working on. It's called the Delightful Corp, or Delightful Corporation. So it follows this idea that, like, as a song progresses, you have to be delighted systematically by new noises, new sounds, new concepts, different textures of sounds. So to me, it's like a drop's really good when obviously there's a lot of tension. You got a little bit of a story. Whether or not I told you this story, I spent a lot of time telling you this story about Shrek and his swamp. It does kind of feel like you're... I mean, maybe you're like a Lord of the Rings person, you know? Maybe you're like a Game of Thrones kind of a person. I think that's probably more what Sam was going for, because I know he's like a big Game of Thrones dude. But you get this idea that like something important is going to happen. And it's got to have some shit happen after that. That first noise needs to be way more aggressive. Like that Shrek needs to be like a fucking, like a berserker Shrek. Like Shrek that's been challenged. So how can we make it more intense? I think filter stuff is gonna, like faster. Just gotta think about like, and you know what else? Another big piece of this, man, I'm gonna have to go and, yeah, man. Oh man. All right, so we know this is sounding good because none of the other support pieces are in place yet. So I'm gonna like take, let's see what we got here. Like hi-hats, for example, crash cymbals, ride cymbals, like downlifters, effects. Most importantly, fucking sub. It needs like a really strong sub. And it's gonna hit way harder. And I always, that's another thing. It's like, why isn't this hitting harder? Why isn't it hitting harder? I'm telling you, man, fucking sub. You might think you have a sub in there. You need to have the right amount of sub in the drop for it to really feel like you got something going. Just makes the whole thing come together. You know what I'm saying? Where we at? C? So I flattened this at one point or another. And fucking A, we're in C. So what I would do, so C's challenging, man, you know? Like when you start writing tracks in C, and you start writing tracks in D, and you start writing tracks in fucking B, low B, it's hard. It's not impossible though. And actually when you nail the mixes on those, they fucking hit so hard. Like that duality remix I did is fucking, I wrote it in B. And like when I play that, when I play it out, it hit on a system that it can actually go low, like a festival or like a really nice sounding club. It sounds heavier than most of the shit that I play, you know? So I think one of the biggest things is this bass noise, it's pitched up to 5 semitones. So it took a lower note and moved it up. So like a lot of the frequencies, you know, I guess I could use a synth. I'm not going to do it. It doesn't matter. Because I know inherently... Actually, you know what? Let me try pitching this down and see if it sounds like total shit. That might sound cool. Kind of sounds like a trap. Actually, I fuck with that. Yeah, I actually kind of like that, dude. Do you see what I'm saying about how, like, immediately... It's just like, right. Well, I mean, I can't believe we were listening to it without that. I mean, once this is all dialed in... I mean, even if I just were to do that... We're not going to do that, though. We're going to go like this. We're going to pitch this boy up. Clip. Transfer. Yep. Boom. 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 What was it? 7? Oh, gotta change it to texture. Oh. Whoa. I actually like that. That was like unintentional. That might sound a little messy though. That sounds way better. I think it was 5. Then it goes back down. See what I'm saying? And then you can do things like, I'll put like a little EQ just on the bus. Oh wait, I'm gonna create my own little bus. Because I'll show you guys a mixing thing. Up at the top here, I got this. This is my MIDI. That's controlling the side chain, right? So I got my hard side chain and soft chain. So the thought process here is it's like I got a setting where when this MIDI note triggers, it's like a pretty dramatic cutoff with full mix. And then I got this soft chain over here that has a little bit of a different kind of a curve on it. It's not as like hard and exponential. Sorry, actually it is a little bit more exponential, isn't it? But anyway, it's a little faster and it's about half the wetness. So I like to do things like put cymbals and shit through the soft chain, which I'll do down here. So things like crash cymbals. And really the name of the game is just to move those transients out of the way a little bit of the kick and snare, because you wouldn't really notice it on one sound, but when you start stacking cymbals and hats, you end up with a really kind of strong transient that gets in the way of the kick and the snare, and you might spend a lot of time getting those kick and snare transients really sounding nice and punchy. One of the things I noticed is like if you end up sidechaining the drums, or sorry, sidechaining all the percussion and hats and everything. There we go. Little subtle things are going to make all that stuff pop out more, like the kick and snare. I was going to put some, so okay, cool. Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to show you is that I wanted to create another, let's see here. So I set up a MIDI through, which was definitely some fucking, yeah, MIDI through, soft chain, volume shaper 1. Yeah, who the fuck knows why I was doing that? I could just do it simply by duplicating this information here. I'll create a new, what I want to do is I want to create a separate one of these just for the sub, because I'll show you why. I'm going to call this one sub. And the reason why is because the only things I'll put through this hard chain are things that I want to actually like roll off, cut the bass on. So like bass noises, which I call like all the mid-range growly stuff bass, which isn't probably accurate, but you know what I mean. And then specifically the sub's going to go through here, and it's going to have a similar treatment, but this just is like, this creates like a really hard rule about what's going. Now I know everything that goes through this chain is being cut at 160 or wherever I set this. And the sub will be open. So anything that has sub frequencies in it, it's going to go to this one. And it just keeps everything clean, because the worst shit is when you're listening to a mix and you got like fucking 200 channels of shit going on, and there's like a hat that has, because of where it was sampled, maybe someone sampled it out of a song, and it's got a little bit of a tail of a sub in it. I don't know if that's ever happened to you. And it's just subtly fucking with the headroom on your mix, or it's subtly creating phasing issues. It happens with vocals. It happens to anything that's recorded. Like, you remember when I was fucking around with the drums and was adding this shit? These little tails. Like, I'll bet you there's sub in here. Yeah, see down there? All that starts to stack up. So you got to get rid of all that. And a really good way of doing that is sending stuff through a bus that just has a really hard rule on it, like what frequencies are supposed to go through. I try to remember to do that as I work, because yeah, it makes everything cleaner. And it maintains the punchiness of your drums, and you can hear where there's lacking frequency stuff. The worst thing is, that's what makes a lot of people's mix downs take forever, is they finish a song and they're like, oh man, this is a really cool idea, but it sounds like shit. And then what ends up happening is they end up going back in to the swamp and like pulling pieces apart. And you realize it's a house of cards at that point. It's like, oh fuck, this sounded kind of cool because there was all this dirt in the low end on this one sound, and it was interacting in a weird phasing way with this other sound that sounds cool. Is there a way for me to like recreate that? But because this whole situation's fucking with this other kind of like engineering like problem that's making the song sound like shit. So I think it's important along the way to create these rules, and that helps your workflow in a huge way. Okay? So hopefully you guys understand what I'm talking about here. So I'm gonna send this sub. So I'm gonna create like a subgroup here. I'm just gonna call it like, yeah, call it subgroup. I'm gonna send it to the sub. Boom. There's my sub. And there's some discrepancies there with some of the notes. Oh, that's what it is. There we go, my friend. Nice. They'll have it go like bow, bum, 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 bow. Then we'll do the same thing on the other side. That's fucking hilarious. That'll be cool when it's done. All right, now I wanted to add some hats. I want to continue all these boys. All you boys go this way. You know, I was having like a hard time remembering what the fuck I did over here with this MIDI through. I'll go over it some other time, but basically like instead of just duplicating all these MIDI things and moving MIDI around, if you want the same notes to affect all these different ones, you can create these MIDI through channels that just take that MIDI and just route it. MIDI comes in, it sends it to whatever channels you want, you know? So I'll go through that some other time. Too much filter, man. I want some more. Ooh. Sounds a little washed out though. What could be the culprit? What do we think? I think it's high passed a little too much. There's like a weird That sounds all right. The sound needs to be like fucking way better than that, you know? Let's see how that sounds. Ooh. I was getting like really... I think I was getting trigger happy with the filtering on a lot of these. We need like to let some more mids back in. Maybe. Getting quiet. There we go. It's got a little bit more shape. All right. I've been talking about putting cymbals in here. I think I should do that. Sorry, I'm zoning out on making noises. It's what we do. What are you up to today? Oh, I don't know. Tweaking a knob endlessly for fucking 2 hours. How about you? Dubstep. Virtual Riot. He's always got good hats though, right? You know what? I'm not gonna use Virtual Riot, even though I love the boy. He's my favorite. I'm just gonna use like a random. That was my old resampling channel. Goodbye. There was some other percussion I had laying around here, I thought. Like some hats and some shit Sam gave me. What do we got here? This is all lead stuff. Aha, there we go. So this stuff would go definitely into the soft chain category. It's got some like weird. I haven't decided what that needs like double time hats. It's kind of like a shaker noise almost. Ooh, it's got kind of a weird click on it. Oh, I see why. There we go. Fix that right quick. It's all about the pre-transients, y'all. I think like after you even get this in here, it's like pull that back a little bit. Let it have a little bit of that weird pre-click to it. Do I like that? There we go. Here's another. I think it is doing something weird there. A little pre-click. I think these are gonna. Yeah, these probably groove a little bit better. Now another thing for mixing, I can hear in here how they're kind of stereo, these hats. I don't think they need to be. They're going to sit. They're just doing support roll. They don't need to have all this extra glittery stereo fun happening. Because all they're doing is just keeping our bodies moving a little bit. Those feel good? What do we got for ride cymbals up in here? You know what? I had these like rides in here. What the fuck are they? Not Sam's rides. These ones. These Sultan ones. These ones are good. Yeah. Those are cool, man. So like those, when you like layer them with the hats, I feel like then you start getting a groove, right? Cool too if it had some like fucking, I don't know. Right, put these through the soft chain. Put that guy through the soft chain. Probably should have made a bus. Like put these all in a big group. That's the right way to do it. These actually sound cool, super wide. It's to be seen if they'll be getting in the way too much or what. And I remember Sam had this weird, where's that little fucking, is that it? No, this is it. There's another version of that noise. Where the fuck did he put it? ARP. Oh shit. My studio's fucking falling apart. Please don't break. You're all I have left in this world. Fuck. Did I delete it? Whatever. It had like a really cool little voice that was like, rah, rah. So EQ goes a long way with these guys too. I think they'll all start to fit together a little better. Hard change. Ooh. Kind of part of the noise is having that little like guy pop out at the top. This guy right here. All right, Shrek needs some love. Let's just try a different fucking filter altogether. Let's try using like one of these flange guys. We'll stop doing the FM from B2 thing as well. Immediately change the profile. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is about making noises, is like you can't be afraid to just be like, fuck it. Otherwise you end up in that hole, you know what I'm talking about, where you just like fuck with one sound for like 2 months. That sounds very like rhythm-esque. That sounds like fucking Shrek. This is what I'm saying about like you gotta like come back to the sound design stuff, because now that this shit sounds way better than it did before. Especially this boy right here. I think he's cooked just a little bit. It might be the white noise. Might be some of the detuning here. FM from B. Kind of sounds like old school Massive, which I actually do fuck with. There's a little bit too much of a flick of the wrist at the end here with the filter. Kind of gets a little too wild. I want it to be a little bit. It's crazy how like sounds I thought were cool before, I'm like, nah, bro. There you go. Gotta try to create some kind of cool, like, percussive ding, 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 ding. Like a call and response. So what kind of noise can we come up with here from scratch? Maybe I should go back into my little chest of goodies. Cool, dude. I wonder how cool it really is, Jake. Is it that cool? Oh, that's old school sounding shit. It sounded cool though, I gotta say. I was right. Cold Hearted. Wubs. Wubs are good. What do we got? Doesn't sound like a wub to me. Oh, those are wubs. What's death? Death. Oh, that was from the other song we were working on the other day, or well, a couple weeks ago. Wicked Growl. Ooh, that sounds cool, man. That is probably from the blood, from what I can hear. Sounds pretty cool, man. Sounds wild. Definitely something. Sounds like something that would hang out in Shrek's swamp, I would say. Thingy cool. I have the not the most creative names for shit that I'm working on, huh? So what did we say it was going to sound like in our head? Dun 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 dun. So I'll leave this in like what do you call it? MIDI for now, but it's like once it gets close, like actually towards the end of the session of the day, I'll like go back to it, and then usually it's like turn it into audio, and then you go to the next level of sound design with everything, and then that's when I feel like that's when the song really like starts to sound like, you know, the final version. I think once here, let me just get this down real quick, see what we got here. 1 2 3 4 2 2 2 2. So we gotta go. Should I just try to do it with one synth, or render that? I'll just do it with one synth. It's because it's more challenging, and you get more control this way too. So you hold down Option, so you get these anchor points just snapped right where they need to go. All right, you go like that, and then you snap it. Hey, fucking grid. Yeah, I want to go. Other one. So now we got we kind of got the riff. So I can even duplicate that over. Duplicate. So here's so this is just to like give us an idea of like a structure of the epic Shrek battle for supremacy. Oops. What the fuck, man? Yeah. I want these two notes here at the end. Do 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 do. Little drum roll at the end. I know it sounds really cheesy right now, but this is how the Shrek War began. It began with what appeared to be just a fun wrestling match in the swamp. That first noise needs to be fucking just better. Let's experiment. Jake burp. Oh, I hate when that happens. Jake's tables. Yeah, Jake. What do we got here? Stab. Maybe. I think this noise could be much more interesting. It's like mostly all white noise, which is interesting. Interesting. Huh. All right then. Might be a situation where we use where we kind of like flatten that, use the white noise on the top, and then like layer it with something. That can be cool. You know what I'm saying? Then there's this approach, which is just like, I guess like the rhythm approach. Just turn everything into audio and then kind of like fuck with it. Let's see what we got here. That part sounds really good. What if it was like, maybe that's the second time around. I don't think that's going to work, actually. This line here is just too, like, fucking not groovy. It can work with the right mix, I think. Maybe fix some of this bullshit. Don't give up. That's kind of cool. Is that 2 rhythm? That sounds kind of cool. This needs like something layered with it. Sometimes just finding shit and just throwing it. Boom. Should be like dun, 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 dun. Or maybe it's like even crazier where it goes like fucking around my head. Maybe it's like this. Oh. Like double time. Oh, sorry. That added like a layer that was like kind of important. I feel like that needs like a break beat under it. That's what I wanted. Then we go tack, 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 tack. Whoa. Jesus. Changes up a little bit there. Boom. Word. Let's see here. All these details matter in a big way. Word. What else we got happening here? Got a little effect. Okay, we don't need that. Do we? Oh, I see. I had that fucking this shit going on here. MIDI bend. I gotta layer the sub underneath that. Do. Where's my sub? Oh, right, okay. So here's a good example. This is a sub. I need to put this on my sub. So that was an example of like something going through that hard chain that had a cut on it. There we go. crazy when you turn. I forgot that I had that on. But it's crazy when you turn it on. You can hear so much more detail. Like especially with the drums. That part definitely needs work. But unfortunately, that's how it goes sometimes. Like, the one thing that was salvaged from it that actually sounds good is the first initial hit. Actually, I'll change this now. Put this somewhere different. Sounded cooler before. Yeah, I mean, I wish that was cooler. I think it's got to have a layer to it or something to make it more. This is all kind of part of the process for me. Just trying shit. Sometimes it works. You know when someone's getting really into it is when they start going silent, you know? Yeah, it sounds like one of those old rhythm noises, kind of one of those more aggressive. Something like that. You know what? I think I'm going to like start this thing over. It's another example of like, you got to like recognize when you're trying to shine shit, so to speak. Which, you know, it's not, I think it's the hardest thing to do when you're close. Because the thing is like when you're trying to program when you're trying to program something that's moving fast, and you got such a little narrow window to work in, I don't think you can like get the kind of detail you're looking for out of the sound. So now we got these bigger chunks to work with. Oh. Kind of already has a little bit. What in the fuck? Oh, it's kind of got this like. Sounds like Old Must Die, kind of a little bit. Like off the Death and Magic EP. Which actually is kind of cool. That definitely has like. It's kind of cool. Dun, 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 dun. That could be kind of cool. Here, let me like. I know it can be tedious. I think that's part of the reality, you know? Oops. I think that's part of the reality of making music, you know? Especially now that we're kind of quarantined. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of people that were out there just like getting people to produce their tunes for them, and all I had to do was like show up and drop shit live. So a lot of people weren't spending very much time in the studio. They're just getting other kids to like spend their whole day fucking around with a sound like this, come up with something cool and unique. Definitely don't get it twisted. It'll go back to that for sure. But this is the reality of making music, you know? Like sometimes you have days where you're like, you come in and you make all the coolest noises right off the bat, and you like have a really good idea in your head, and you fucking, like I said, you got your agenda laid out and you somehow pull it off. Some days it ain't gonna be like that, you know? I think it's always been great when I meet an artist that I really love and I see him up in the studio like doing the same shit. I'm like, oh fuck, okay. Every single one of your favorite producers, I'm sure, I have a lot of the same inspirations, I bet. They're all having good days and bad days. But I'm having like an okay day. I don't know. It was helpful. I had like a lot of cool shit to work with. Bam, bam, bam. You know, these sounds might be cool stretched out too. Put them in so you get some really weird noises, right? Yeah. That's the way I always kind of looked at all this shit. It's like, who's going to spend the most time kind of like digging around in the dirt? I feel like dubstep, in a lot of ways, was built on that principle, you know? A lot of dance music was built on that principle of like digging around in places that other people weren't looking, you know? Experimenting with ideas that maybe don't work. You're like, oh shit, I don't know if that's gonna work. But the thing is that like when you're doing sound design and stuff, it's like things don't work until they work. It's like one little tweak, and all of a sudden everything's like, oh shit, you just cracked the code. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so that's like at least a structure. I think it could be cool if you layered something on top of it. That's for sure. Maybe one of these guys. I'm gonna save him. Actually, by the way, I gotta save this project. I haven't saved this once. Jeez. Don't want to lose all those synths. Oh yeah, it was an LP. Sorry. Yeah, Lee's LP. Did I say EP? My bad. Let's see what we got here. Oh, I wasn't, you know. So funny. Probably just want that one. It's a funny noise. I don't know if I like it going da, 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 da. That's kind of like, I don't know. What if it went like Damn, I'm like clipping down there. Just for fun, I want to put, well, actually, this part needs like a, I wonder why my Reese, what? Did I mute it? Those are nice. Be kind of nice to take a break from the sound design for a minute and just look at this for a second. See, kind of cool if it went up. Let's hear how that sounds. So it goes. That might be kind of nice. That might be too... Oh, no, that's kind of nice. Right? Oh, yes. It's kind of nice. I like it. Some missing note there. I think this is throwing it off. Maybe just keep that note sustained. Just pull it straight out. Dun, 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 dun. Right? Maybe this needs to be moved over here. Now I just need some like automation on the volume. It's super loud. pretty cool, you know? I mean, it's kind of like has come a long way from so I'm like feeling good about how that like those sections kind of like function. Then this middle part is great. I almost kind of feel like this song should start out. Angry Shrek comes back. It's a fucking flex on us. All right. I almost kind of feel like the song should start off this way. Little guitar. What do we think about this? What do you guys think, man? This is my first time on Twitch. I didn't expect there to be like anybody that actually gave a shit, but I'm glad you guys are here. Maybe I can build it over time, you know? Turn it into something special. I think this is definitely I could see this being something that I come back to on another day and I'm like, holy shit, there's something here, you know? The biggest thing is that I feel like it needs some of this groove. That noise needs to be cooler, for sure. That thing needs to be like some kind of like fucking... Wow, this shit sounds pitched up. I want it to be like... Yeah, just something that kind of give it some more flavor. Same thing with these parts here too. It's like this shit needs to have like a add some more flavor to the drums. Although I fuck with it. That might be too like... That's cool. I'm glad I did that just for fun. Those are the little things that you like... I don't know. It's like the little things only take a second to do, but people just don't do them. Because you get so stuck in like trying to like download the right sound off a splice or something. And at times you're like, wait a minute, I have a pair of keys. Why don't I just like jingle them in front of my fucking microphone, you know? Especially if you're set up to stream, like you're already kind of like set up to record your voice or record things in the room. I think like those little details can go a long way in making your stuff stand out. That noise is fucking annoying. I'll tell you that. This guy. It needs to be less of a... Whoa. It's good because it's funny. I actually kind of fuck with that a little bit, you know? It's kind of cool. It's almost like I gotta... Very strange. Put on transient mode. Feels like there's almost something there, you know? I'm like wondering if I can put like a disperser or something on it. Disperser. Let's get a little laser action going. Man, this noise definitely has way more character. That's for sure. Whoops. Then what does it sound like if we stretch it back out? Interesting. I know what Adam would do. He'd probably put some big, like, chunky, like, chang, 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 chang over this part. Maybe I should do that. Or is that bad for me to assume what he would do? Talking about woolly Adam. And then like a little like, where's that? Yeah, you can just, I guess that's like the rhythm. Yeah, maybe there's a way to flip the rhythm with that. Like play off of that rhythm there. That rhythm there. Oops. I want to move. Hey. What's going on here? What's the problem? There we go. Yeah, put that guy next to there. So weird it's not letting me like... Something weird going on with my ability to copy and paste that section. I wonder why. Whoops. I want to hear from the beginning. It's been a minute. All that stuff should be way quieter. Yeah, like think about how nice that would sound if everything was just kind of like didn't come in at once. I just want it fatter. Cool. Then maybe there's another section here that maybe one of the other guys can fuck around with some of these sounds. I'll probably come back to this and like take this further. There's at least a structure here now. That'd be kind of cool too to have some of this break action in the drop. All right, so that's going to be the structure. And then, all right, there's nothing there that's important. So I'm going to delete the time there. This is going to go twice. Obviously, it's probably different. So there's the melodic drop, heavy drop, little breakdown, build up. The structure's there. This is the intro. Intro. This is going to be all laid out for these guys. They're going to be so happy. Delete time. Yeah, these pads shouldn't come in quite yet. Have this Reese filter in a little bit more. Filter cut off. Gotta layer something over that first hit that just sounds like fucking... this thing go like? That's weird. It's like pitched all the way up. Oh, I see what he was doing. Needs like a fucking some kind of fuck off noise, you know? Just sends it off into the distance. I think it also, well, I used one of Sam's little effect noises. Where are you, man? There they are. Got like a downlifter for me. Kinda. Kinda. I don't think that's what I need, but let's give it a shot. I think I got enough of that kind of shit in there. I think I actually need to make like a little noise that goes whoop. Like a little serum noise or something. Good old serum. Shrek. I love it. I'm gonna think about this shit all night. It's because it's funny. Let's use some of my patches. Let's see what I got here. User. These are some ones that I made. Not all these, obviously. But the one's called user. And then, oh, 2019, Jake. Here's some nice ones from last year. Now I don't really save presets anymore. As you can see, I just make everything on the spot. But I'm running out of gas, so let's go through the vault. Oh, it's Pegboard Nerds bass noise. That's not. This ended up in a different. What the hell? Oops. These are the new ones. Those are the old ones. These are new ones. I think. Maybe not. Where are all my new ones? They're all mixed together. Great. Well, let's just start over then. I think what I need to make is just something really simple anyway. I need to make something that just goes, let's see, basic shapes. Something simple. Nothing. Nothing tricky. Really not. something like that. There we go. Just something like that, you know? Just to add some like... Dun, 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 dun. Sounds kind of cool. It's like metallic. I think things like that, the details are what kind of like make life worth living, right? So crazy how like just a little noise. That sounds cool. That sounds like a song now. This one needs to go like doo 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 down 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 doo doo down down down. Anyway, you get the idea. I think the last thing I'm going to do for today is do something with the second guy. This dude. Just try to find a way to flip this into something cool. Let me just use a different... Sounds super swampy with that. That fifth in there. Maybe I can throw another one of my wavetables up in that bitch. One of the things you don't really see a lot, I feel like, is like additive synth, like putting two oscillators together. Like a lot of times you see people doing like frequency modulation and some of that kind of stuff. I feel like the old school, just like layering two sounds on top of each other, especially like when you use like a simple noise. I feel like it works a little better that way, you know? Like if you just take like analog basic shapes, maybe not move the wavetable position, but hey. Trying to get them to like live together. Sounds kind of cool. We got Jake tables. Sounds kind of weird. Might sound cool though. I don't know. I think that it's just weird enough to be like, what the fuck? What the hell was that noise? Rewind that shit. But I do think that there's some really cool noises in here now. You know, they don't feel like... You know, they don't sound like cookie cutter. There's like texture and there's a couple like, yo, what the fuck? And there's like enough room there to like iterate on stuff and like change that second part. Sound design wise, you know, obviously, like I mentioned in the beginning, this is like a collaborative thing with a bunch of different people. I don't know how you guys are with like sound design and shit, but typically like it's pretty rare that I dial in all the sound design in one session. And like if I get on a streak where I'm like creating a lot of really cool sounds, you'll notice, I think it's the same thing with a lot of producers. Like you'll hear like 3 songs that kind of like have the same things. Certain artists, straight up, their whole discography sounds like 5 sounds. You know what I'm saying? And like iterations of those different noises. I hope people realize, like, if you go and listen to my discography, like, I try never to do that, you know? Like, I just move on. There's things I learn from people I work with and then just move on. And, like, most importantly, try to remember some of the techniques. And I think there is times where you're like, all right, how the fuck did I make that one noise? Blah, 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 blah. But most of the time, you're like subconsciously calling upon those experiences, you know? And I think you go through periods of time where for a long period of time, you might not break through with some cool sounds. And then I think periodically you break through and you're like, oh shit, like I got this whole kind of like palette of new ideas. But it's unsustainable, I think, to like, you know, just kind of keep making the same songs, you know? I mean, you see how that works out for people. I've been doing this shit for like fucking almost 20 years, you know? And it's like you see someone crack a code and then it's like they fucking cane it for a year or two. And then it's like, all right, man, like it took you like 5 years of noodling around in the studio by yourself to come up with those noises. Now everybody knows how to do that. So you got to move on to the next thing. And that's tough, man. Like, especially with like dubstep, it's like kind of like, what frontier hasn't been covered yet, you know? That's like the thing we're always asking ourselves. Usually at this point, it's like the stuff that really excites me is like someone just doing something really weird and then sticking with it and just being like, nah, fuck that. It sounds rough around the edges on purpose, you know? Or that sound like this noise here. Not that one. It's got that like weird detuned saw in there. It's like some of this stuff can be like massaged in there a bit better, but the one thing I really do want to bring out in the drums is like that top kind of metallic part. This thing should be way louder. I think I can do that with like maybe like a glue compressor. Doesn't need to be super, super loud, but like it'd be cool on that second part of this part, like pitch down. It'd just be kind of weird. And like stretch it out a little bit. Then no metal drum on the... This part needs like a fucking really cool lead or some shit over the top. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Now it sounds more and more twisted. Like the more you're, you know, willing to take certain elements and really bring them out in the mix. Like, don't be afraid, I feel like, to just really push certain elements out of the mix. You get in this mindset where it's like everything needs to be balanced. I think that isn't very interesting to listen to. It's like, oh shit, where'd that big snare come out? Then what if this shit was just like... Then have the snare just go crazy. You know what I'm saying? Then you get in there and do all your edits and shit. But I think the thing is, like, with making dance music is it's like, shit. Like, some people, I think, I mean, at a certain point, you got to make ideas that are fucking weird, you know? And like people just like, oh, what the fuck? I never heard anything like that. I think right now, in particular, there's a lot of emphasis on people making songs that sound like things that people listen to, if that makes any sense. Like, when I listen, I mean, I guess it's because of maybe streaming stuff and things like that, but when I listen to, I mean, dubstep is a huge, like, kind of example of that, where you have these genre, like, there's the genre of dubstep, which I don't even know what the fuck that means anymore, because there's a lot of genres of music that borrow from some of the aesthetic of dubstep. But even dubstep borrows from the aesthetic of, like, drum and bass. Like, the kind of dubstep that I liked borrowed a lot of ideas from the kinds of drum and bass that I used to listen to. I still do actually listen to a lot of that stuff. But now I kind of feel like that the aesthetic for a lot of popular dance music is it like kind of like relatable, almost like viral tweets, you know what I'm saying? It's like people put music out and it kind of has to just like be good enough for people to go like, yeah, like this is like the most kind of like non-committal, like I'm not really making a statement, but everybody else is pushing this button right now, so I'm going to do it. And I feel like that's like a lot of the vocal stuff I hear, a lot of this, you know, similar styles of sound design in dubstep, structure, like a lot of that stuff to me kind of feels redundant. So I kind of feel like there's people that are just going to like dip their toes into every genre and like just be like, oh, okay, this is cracking. This is what people are retweeting right now. Like, I'm just going to make some shit that sounds like that. I'm going to make some shit that sounds like that. But I think I like realize that going down the rabbit hole, there's like certain people that are just going to tune out eventually when you are tweaking endlessly, like for hours and hours and hours. Like, no one wants it. No one that's trying to like kind of like jump on the wave of something that's already happened. No one's going to sit there and subject themselves to that, you know? But you better believe that that's the way forward, in my opinion, is like digging in the dirt, man. I don't know if it's sound design. Like, that's the thing that excites me, you know? Like I said, I'll sit here for fucking hours and be in the swamp with my Shrek guys that I just made. And I'm thinking about them and I come back to it and I'm like, oh shit, like this isn't like dramatic enough, you know? Now I'm like, damn, what the fuck is going on at the end there? It's like fucking H.P. Lovecraft. Some like noise comes out of the fucking gutter, you know? And I don't hear a lot of sound. Sounds like some kind of weird alien creature or something. I don't know. It's like crying almost. That excites me, like working on stuff like that. But I wonder, it's like you hear certain artists at the moment, when they talk about sound design and stuff, they're like, yeah, you know, I want something to be aggressive, but I want it to be relatable. And it's like, man, I guess there's a fine line between. It's crazy to me that even the idea of making aggressive dance music is accessible. And like, you know, I think there's just from the era that I come from, it was like such a niche thing to like be listening to like really aggressive dance music. Now it's become so popular and it's come to the point now where it's like, I guess that's the cynical part of me. Just, I kind of feel like people are there to just partake in the novelty of the experience of being like that's what's come into perspective big time for me since the quarantine, and like shows are done, who knows when the fuck they're coming back. It's like I wonder who's in the studio doing shit like this, you know, like digging. I mean, I'm absolutely certain that there's a lot of producers that were out there on the road that like they're in the studio making a bunch of tunes that all kind of sound like all the tunes that they've already made, you know, and not like taking the time out to dig in the dirt, you know, and try weird shit. So I think that was kind of part of the not to say that I like know it all or I make the most original music in the world or anything like that, but I just feel like a lot of the things that I've stumbled on are from like endlessly tweaking things, and like I don't know if this works. It sounds kind of cool to me. It doesn't sound like something that somebody would typically do, but it kind of works for me. That's one of the things I'm hoping kind of comes back into aggressive dance music, is just people taking more risks, you know? Because even the stuff that people say is kind of like really experimental and stuff, I'm like, I don't know if it's that experimental, man. I can like show you 10 other artists that are current that like literally I found out about this month that are all making shit that sound like that, you know? Not even trying to be like a hater or anything like that. Like I want to hear stuff that's experimental and sounds super different, you know? And I don't know. At the end of the day, is the shit that I'm making today, is it super experimental? No. But I think that like, just in terms of trying to push the needle, it's what's going to define you as an artist, you know? Is it trend hopping, like just jumping on to whatever it is that everybody's doing? Or are you the one that's spending the time in the studio, like working with vocalists, like literally like writing with them, trying to sing yourself? Is it going to be, are you going to spend time doing sound design and like trying to find that new I hate to say plateau, because you kind of have the breakthrough and then you have the plateau that follows that, where you kind of like have your new sound that comes into this new season as a producer with all these new techniques and all that kind of shit. Is it going to become from like getting your mix downs to pop through? Like, I feel like that's like one of the things I hope to come out the other end with this is like kind of a new palette of things I can do, you know? But yeah, anyway, with that being said, man, dude, it's really frustrating for me not to like talk about it too much, but I have so much shit that's supposed to come out, and we put a lot of it on the burner for a minute just to figure out how all this shit pans out. But yeah, there's so much fucking shit, man. But in the meantime, I'm gonna keep building with the Ophelia guys and just keep writing shit, and you know, kind of putting out some brand new shit that I'm like literally writing while we're in quarantine, and then something big's coming. I mean, this could be cool. All right, one more time from the top. Before I go, I had to rant a little bit there. I think I'm just stressed out from fucking being locked up for fucking however long it's been, to almost, 90 days or some shit? I don't even know. 60 days? This could use like a little... So there's some stuff about that dubstep part that's cool. Have like a kick drum there. I'll leave it up to those guys to figure this part out. So yeah, I'm happy with this dubstep part. I think it's just all about finessing this shit, you know? And like kind of like the way that I've been going back, and as you've seen, it's like I go hard for like an hour or 30 minutes to an hour, focus on a different part of the track, come back, go hard for like an hour, focus on a different part of the track, and kind of like wax on, wax off that way. And then I feel like the really big step forward is when you rest completely for like an hour, not an hour, for an entire night. And then you come back in, and we all know how it goes, man. First listen, you're like, that's wrong, that's dope. This whole section's good. This part needs a lot of work. You kind of like do that whole thing. And then, yeah, I don't know. Usually the song comes together over the course of like, for me, the basics come together over the course of like 2 or 3 days. And then I'll spend like, who the fuck knows? I'll go through a period of time where I fucking hate the song, and then I'll come back to it and be like, you know what? This is really good. Yeah, the Shrek one where he's in the swamp. That was fucking awesome. Why'd I stop working on that? Well, however many people are in here right now, you guys are the real ones sitting in here for fucking 4 hours. I'm going to try to find ways, like, this is the first time I've ever done the Twitch thing. So I don't really know that much about the etiquette, and I don't know that much about, like, what typically people do on Twitch. I watch, like, maybe 2 people here and there, and obviously, like, all the guys that are on Ophelia, they all are kind of, like, on Twitch on and off, but so I'm, like, learning so much about how to interact with everybody, and I'm going to try my best to make it more interesting. I was mentioning that I'm doing something with Feed Me that's coming up. That's going to be kind of like like more of a rounded show. And I think it's helpful too to have 2 people kind of interacting. But we're going to do a lot of stuff like production wise. We're going to do some mixes. We're going to do some interactive things. But yeah, we're all just trying to figure out what to do with this new space, because while it has always been there, we were all focused more on preparing for shows, you know? So it's been really great for me, because this side of being creative, like showing people, explaining things to people, messing around with video and messing around with like Premiere and After Effects, and I don't know, kind of like doing all the video production stuff. That stuff is really exciting to me too. And I've always wanted to kind of like create a show. That I think part of the thing that's always stopped me from doing like a full show when I tour is that I really wanted to do a lot of it myself. And like, I'm really inspired by some of the people that are out there doing it right now. And not to name any names, but guys like G Jones, for example, like I really love what he does. I've watched how EPROM's been like building his show. The last stream that I did with Brownies and Lemonade and Proximity, I tried to kind of bring some visual elements to the stream, and that went off really well. It like emboldened me to kind of get in the studio and learn some more editing skills and try to figure out a way, because I love DJing, but I also really like the idea of being able to control visuals too. So I don't know, somewhere in the middle of all this, I can only hope that this will get more interesting as we go, not only with myself, but other artists too. So anyway, I don't know, maybe I'll do another stream. I'll come back to this idea. I have no idea, but I think that this will kind of reemerge with one of the other Ophelia guys too. Like, because this already is like a culmination of me, Sam, and Seven Lions. And the part they really wanted me to work on was I can't imagine they're going to be not into this. But that was the part that they really wanted. The rest of the shit is kind of like was like extra stuff. The interesting part will be how are we going to flip this melodic part into something that's like unique, you know? I was trying to make like a lead in Phase Plant earlier. There was some lead that those guys are. I've heard more than one person talk about, like the Sanjuna lead that's like from some Silent pack. Everyone's like, yo, that's the shit. And I listened to it. I was like, it's just a fucking saw with reverb on it. So I made my own that I thought was convincing, at least. It's got a little bit of the, like, one of the cool things you can do inside Phase Plant is like, it's got these little randomizer, like modulators here, which they have those in Silent too. But I just like stacking them on and like having them kind of like subtly change the pitch and change like the phase. I think I have this set up to go on the phase. Yeah, a little bit down here. Is there on the phase? Yeah, you can put a little bit on the phase. If you hold like shift, you can do like really small increments down here. And then you can like design. I should just do a whole thing on Phase Plant because I know I was using a lot of Serum today, and it's because I was writing the like, you know, like kind of like the dubstep section. But I actually do a lot of that, a lot of design, like sound design in Phase Plant as well. It's kind of the same kind of thought process I was talking about, where the wax on, wax off. It's like if you just work in one synth all day, you get burned out and like you start finding yourself going in loops. And Phase Plant, it's really intuitive, and the way that you would maybe go about making the same exact sound might be a little different, and it might delight you more. Like it might be, I mean, that's the name of the game. What I was hoping to kind of get across to you guys is like the only hope I have as a musician is just to make it fun, you know, because at some point all this shit becomes a grind, you know, and at some point you get hit with like a fucking curveball, like this whole pandemic thing, where none of us are touring, none of us are making money on the road. So what do you have to rely on in a situation like that? It's like you rely on the joy that comes from making music, you know? And I think that's, so when people say like, which one's better? Is this synth better than this one? Is this what I should get? It's like the question I always ask is, it's like, well, what do you mean by better? Like better at what? Like what is it turns into another conversation. Like what are your goals? You know, is your goal to have fun? Is your goal to make a banger that you can, so you can go play it at some big festival next week, you know? Cause it's all like subjective, right? And I would say it's like, if you're in it for the long run and you hope to make music and have fun doing it and have it make you feel complete, then I think the idea of experimenting and getting stuck and trying how to get unstuck, like it should become like fun. It should become like a game, you know? Like I make it sound like it's that simple. You just go, it's a game. But at some point you have to make that decision, because I think that all this shit becomes a grind, you know? And you have all these plans and they don't go the way you want them to, and then you're like, fuck all this shit. Like, I should have stayed in college, you know? Shouldn't have dropped out. That would be a grind too, you know? Whatever job, you know, you think is better, it all becomes a grind at some point. It's just the difference is who's having fun grinding, you know? Who's making it into a game. And it's really easy to do that when you have friends around that have a similar mindset. And actually, I rely on it, you know? Like, this whole thing is a game for me with the rest of the guys working on this. It's like, I'm looking at like, oh, shit. All right, you guys fuck with this now. Sam gave us this beautiful gem that I was singing on. Did you guys hear this? Some of you may not have heard where this whole idea came from. But basically, Sam Trivecta came up with this idea. He sent it into the group for like a possible collaborative thing, and I ended up singing over the top of it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ezra, stop touching me. I'm trying to record something. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Stop touching me. Ezra, stop touching my head. Stop touching my head. I don't want you near me anymore.
So that's how the whole thing started. Was like, Sam was like, yo, let's work on this shit. And I was like, all right, I got an idea. And fucking started singing on it in the kitchen. But then I was like, yo, this shit got stuck in my head. And now I feel like it's like a challenge where I'm like, let's for real turn this into a tune. And now it's so much fun because we will turn this, it's turning into a song now. And the greatest thing is like, no matter how successful, you know, someone becomes, or, you know, some guys have a hard time, like, we'll always be able to play that song and laugh about it, you know, and remember, oh shit, yo, we wrote that during that fucking coronavirus situation. That was so great, you know? And like, I don't know, kind of makes all this shit feel a little bit more meaningful, as opposed to the metrics for success just being like, how many fucking views does it have on Spotify? Like, how many fucking offers did I get to play a show? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, did so-and-so play it? Like, blah, you know? Like, I don't give a fuck. It's like, this is a song that, to me, is going to be called Stop Touching Me.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So to me, that's like what making music is all about, you know? I think that's what life's all about, too. But, yeah, I gotta go. So, it was cool seeing y'all. And, yeah, I hope I get better at streaming. If I get half as good at streaming as I am at, like, you know, tweaking sounds, I think it'll be pretty good. So, we'll see. Anyway, it was nice to talk to y'all. And I'll see you soon. Okay? Peace.